So now this illustrates where this turn is actually happening. You see that there. Now the turn will start this level. Okay, the end point there, I just up and start again. It's spoiler alert. You can do fillers with this. That's the next step. We're going to do a bike lane using fillers. So I drew those lines so we can guarantee ourselves the ability to build a filler. So we've got some lines drawn. Let's say, hold off on the filler for 1 second. Let's say you want the line to stop and start again at some point. You know, let's say that, let's check this out. What if I wanted, I want to select this line from this blue dot, this purple. To find it, I'm going to scan this. Cool, found it. And let's say I want the line to be only in this little section here. So I'm going to click the start point, and I'm going to click where I want it to start. I'm going to click the end point. I'm going to say where I want it to end. Cool. I don't actually want that line to go all the way across down to there. I just want it to be that one little section there. That's what we're going for. And that line next to it, the line, so the orange to orange here, that line is here. There, so I'm going to click the start point, and I'm going to click where I want it to start. Click the end point, I'm going to say where I want it to end. Cool. I don't actually want that line to go all the way across down to there. I just want it to be that one little section there. That's what we're going for. And that line next to it, the line, so the orange to orange here, that line is here. I want it to do the same thing. I just want it to be this little section here, this little noodle doodle. So I'm going to say the start point is actually here. I'm going to say the end point is actually here. So we've done the same thing there. You know, so we've taken that path, that direction that it's going, and we've cut it down to this level.
我正在看这个 intersection marking tool 是该怎么用的，
a dotted line to it.
然后我们就可以用。
That's easy. I can add a rule, and then I'll click where the rule starts and where the rule ends. Sure. Good. So now this illustrates where this turn is actually happening. If you see that there. Now the turn is marked with that dotted line, and the first part of that line is solid. So that's a rule when you want a solid line and a dashed line. Or if you wanted a solid line and then no line and then a dashed line. The point is, if you wanted to change just a segment of this, you don't want the whole thing to be the same thing, or you want part of it to disappear, you can add a rule, or you can affect where the from and to markers are. And everything highlights what you're, if you hover these, it selects the point that you're about to change. So hovering over this is very powerful. So that's good for starters. I want to do the same thing to this. You're going to watch me muddle through for a little bit. I'm going to, I don't need a run just yet. Let's start here. I want to make this line go from here to here. I want there to be a break there, and we've added a rule, and I want the rule to cover here to here with a solid line. And then I want to add a second rule. I don't think I've ever done an intersection with two rules. So check it out. Start point there. End point there. Awesome. So I'm making breaks for these, essentially. Let's do the same thing to the next line, the next vertical line here. So we're going to do start point will be here. End point. Take it back.
As we have resolved,
start point will actually be here, end point will be here, because I want to make a break in the road so these guys can turn left through it. Essentially, I'm making a median. And then at the end here, let's find the next line. Boom. So I want to get rid of, I want to alter this one. I want to make the starting point here and the end point here. It doesn't actually matter which one's the starting point and which one's the end point. You know, it's not totally relevant. And I want to add a rule from here to here that's dotted, just so they stay in their lane. And this other turning line here, I want to alter what's going on. So we'll make the whole thing dotted initially. Dashed, rather. I keep saying dotted. I want the whole thing to be dotted so they nail their left turn. And that should actually be good. I don't like this spot here. Usually, this might not be a rule for everyone, but generally, the turning lanes are on the inside. So cool. So we've covered lines essentially. That basically does it for lines. One small modification to this one. That easy enough. Cool. So now I want to add fillers to this intersection that we just created in real time. Real live people.
我们拿这一块地方来做实验。把这些挡住了怎么办？啊，这个horizontal offset。哦，这样就能，否则他把它挡住了，靠，多尴尬。我们来用这个区域来试验一下 marking。 到底该怎么画呢？再来一遍。有点难哦，我也没做过。天，咱们还是放弃这个路口。我是真不会画，太复杂了。天哪，说不出话，我去。居然还会打转向灯呀！靠，他在干啥？这
the classics, the home of the flute.
这怎么回事？哦， 埃菲尔街、欧罗巴大道。哦，咱们这个城市命名现在容易了，我们就按照地名来。我们就像很多国内的城市，比如说什么延安北路啊、四川路啊、成都路啊、西安路啊，这样命名。所以呢，咱们市中心呢就用欧洲的城市名字来，国家，然后才是城市，对吧？用国家的名字来命名。法兰西街、荷兰街，就按照维基的顺序来，无所谓。比利时街、卢森堡街、怎么突然就超级大都会了？这叫一条行，别给我找事。这一条独立，算了，给他们不同的名字。列支敦士、奥地利、那德意志、波兰、匈牙利街、 斯洛伐克街。捷克街。百货商场。这一条百货商场街，因为它会一直延伸到这边。这边叫
This is the classics, the city's #1 source for music older than the city itself.
保加利亚。罗马尼亚。俄罗斯街。现在我们纯粹是看到哪个就先给哪。这个掏街也太没必要，直接叫停车场。其实这个佛罗伦萨街这个名字给的倒不错，不对，那我们后面城市其实是要用，所以把这边改。乌克兰街。完蛋，乌克兰和俄罗斯街果然是连着，你看就随便这么一写。接下来是白俄罗斯街。摩尔多瓦街。摩尔多瓦是哪儿？没听说过人。英格兰街。这个怎么这么这个它到底是怎么画的街呀？我有点好奇。大不列颠街。又叫不列颠街。漏了一个。丹麦街。冰岛街。芬兰街。 奥地利街。Regent Pierce。奥地利街。时尚购物中心。这截个图很漂亮。 这是什么车啊？真空吸污车。冬季垂钓码头。钓鱼服务处。
exquisite selection of beautiful music. I think we have a moment, so let's go to the listener emails and see what they have to say. Here's one. Will you ever play any music featuring grunge? Oh, listener, I don't think so. You see, I find it's much more pleasing to listen to the sound that the drum produces when struck, rather than the manufacturing process or the equipment on which drums are made. Next thing you know, we'll be listening to flute machines and oboe machines. I think that's one bit of modernity that we can do without. Thanks again for the message. This one is for you.
水上摩托车租赁站。 游艇码头。游艇船屋。 游艇码头。沙滩排球。立体隧道。那么一个，其实我觉得肯定是不够的，我们应该 copy 几个。你说一个这个哪够啊？对不对？直接 copy and paste， 多搞几个，这又不嫌多。不让 copy 了。那其实这样子的话，这边还是要这边的航线啊，要再拉过来一些才行。这边再来一家餐厅，我在想，再来一家餐厅吧。
Welcome to the classics.
这个路也要 copy 一
Classical
份。
people. And that's not classist, that's classicist. Look it up.
我们最好，我们需要搞个湖，我觉得，我们需要一个湖。弄个湖出来。没必要很深，但是应该要有。淡水出水口，不过水会蒸发呀。水会蒸发，感觉不太好搞。有两个树。可以通过开关来控制水量。当水没过它的时候就可以关了，这样子咱们就有了一个湖。有了一个湖，非常的不错。我画一下。我想，我其实可以把这个路改成桥。然后把它放在下面。 哎，停！我靠，这样子它直接流下去了，不行。流回海里了，这些。一个湖，就这么做好。做一些装饰。这种石头太大了，不要，小一点。你要不用那个 surface rock？ 哎，这个可以。会发生什么？这东西是占空间的，是这意思吗？只能把湖搞得深一点。直接海啸了，这离谱。真危险！看来这湖要再深一点。
You're listening to the classics, the home of music that looks as good on paper as it sounds when played through a notebook.
地震监测放在这里。不然抽什么风啊？为什么会这样？这是什么鬼？什么奇葩情况？不知道这两个为什么低于平均？我这个其实也低。这个人是高了。 要干嘛？噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔噔。 们都可以。嗯。乡村电台真好听，太喜欢听乡村电台。
At Sternberger, our cars are more than just hunks of metal that take you from point A to point B. They are also composed of industrial plastics, polymers, and wells. We also know it's what in the car that is more important than the car itself. And that's why it can also carry up to 300 kilograms of human, animal, or consumer goods cargo. The climate control device drains the air temperature to 22 degrees Celsius. It's our way of making our cars comfortable for the majority of mammal species. In fact, it is a perfect vessel for transport from short to medium distances, and we believe that the price we are asking is a fair trade for the value transfer to the consumer. Sternberger, more than just an auto.
Last year, Horse Economy 3 smashed PC sales records and took the industry by storm. Now the hit Equine Economic Simulator is a new expansion that delves into the cutthroat world of real estate. Horse Economy 3, stable markets. Can you work your way from lowly horse to be the head of a major real estate empire? Can you spin your holdings into a billion-dollar conglomerate? Can you work your way under the fence and out of your pen and onto your life as a property mogul? Spreadsheets have never been hotter. Pre-order now and get a free horse hat. Horse Economy 3, stable markets. Buy low, sell A.
Tom,
I got an email from a listener that asks, Tom, what kind of country is your favorite kind of country? Thanks for the question, Pam. It's hard to choose a favorite kind of country, but I'd have to say the American countries like USA are my favorite, probably because of the music. Anyway, thanks for the kind message. I hope to hear from you again soon. This is Country Road Radio.
This way before, I doubted it existed. Now I'm certain, I'm sure that this is all I ever dreamed of. This is all I ever need. The sky was dark and clouded on a road that wasn't straight. The streets lights were my only light, my only fate. Then you came to change my story. Came to show my way. You are the wind, you are the sun, you are my dreams. This time I won. I bet in all I got there is no fear. This time I'm bold, you're gold. This time I wonder, is it more for me to come? Is love just like a flower that withers then it's gone? So many times I thought it was stay. So many times, so so many wrongs.
是4万瓦克。
It feels like I've been sleeping. It feels like I've been dead. The dawn is finally here now. You are lying in my bed. Oh, I hear you calling, breathing. I don't want to wake you up. You are the wind. You are the sun. You are my dreams. This time I won. I bet in all I got, there is no fear. This time I'm bold. I know you're gold. You are the wind, you are the sun, you are my dreams. This time I won. I'm betting all I got, there is no fear. This time I'm bold. I'm betting all I got, there is no fear. This time I'm bold. I know you're cold. draw next to my bed, I keep the memories of you. There's a song I wrote a million years ago. It's a song about the stars up in the sky that shines for you. It's a song about what now has made me blue. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. Since the day you walked away from me, I can't stop feeling blue. And the shirt you left is still here on the floor. Though I know it will feel better after rain, the sun will shine. But for now my heart is waiting for a sign. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. Rain is falling, the clouds are gray. Will I see the blue sky some other day? Rain is falling, the clouds are gray, but I can't stop feeling this way. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. Rain is falling, the clouds are gray. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you.
Can you hear it? Listen closely. It's the sound of refreshment. Pop soda refreshment. Pop soda. Belch the best.
You're listening to Country Road Radio, the only station with a cactus in the lobby.
再想想这边该怎么改。
Silence is king and the air is free. Here is where I'm supposed to be. This is home. I know the streets, I know the roads. Here I belong, where the river gently flows. Every time I'm lost, I got to come to the place that gives me peace that I call home. Past the city borders high, gives me peace that I call home. This is home. I know the streets, I know the roads. Here I belong, where the river gently flows. Every time I'm lost, I got to come to the place that gives me peace that I call home.
I was stuck in all this trouble. Didn't think that it was more for me to come. I was living in my bubble. With all my dreams I put on hold, then I met you. You got me sober, when you came over. Like a jack in a box, you're turning up and save me. You've got it, I need it, so lucky. I get saved by the bell, you see it, I get it, free falling. It's so easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell. Time went by, I didn't see you. Summer rain was slowly fading into fall. Another party feeling so blue. Out of nowhere you are standing here so true. It's hard to stay cool. You are touching my soul like a genie in a bottle. You are right to save me. You've got it, I need it, so lucky. I get saved by the bell, you see it, I get it, free falling. It's so easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell.
耳朵的衰竭，街道
You've got it, I need it, so
继
lucky.
续，
I got saved by the bell, you see it, I get it, free falling. It's so easy to tell
那里好就一条道行不
that
行？
I'm under your spell.
你们俩还要分两条道，
You've got it,
这边又出来一条，
I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell. It's so easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell.
We all want to be prepared. We all want to be sure that the people we leave behind don't think we're jerks. That's where Final Insurance comes in. We provide peace of mind for when you rest in peace. For a small monthly sum, you can spend your final
These
years
opinions
knowing
are all
that
based on
Final
my own
Insurance
personal
has
opinion of the
everything
game.
taken
To
care of.
feel maybe I
Final
misread something.
Insurance.
placed it too high or too low, please do feel free to get down in the comments below and let me know. Otherwise, let's get started, shall we? So, by far and away, the worst method of public transport, in my opinion, in the game is blimps, moving around as D tier. So, in terms of a realism point of view, if I can find one person in the comments that's taken a blimp anywhere in the last 3 years, then I'll be proved immediately wrong. But otherwise, the assets are really hard to place, and they look kind of ridiculous floating around the sky, especially when you know that there's people using public transport. I am not aware of any public transport system in the world that is still using blimps to transport the public around. That could be wrong. Again, if it is, do let me know down in the comments below. Each blimp will only carry 35 people, which is only 5 more than a bus. And in general, they just look kind of ridiculous floating around the city. Their depot asset can work quite nicely alongside the airport build, and there is also a policy in the game called educational blimps, which slightly increases the education in your city. This policy is actually quite useful for pushing the campus up to that final level if you're struggling with student numbers. But other than that, blimps for me, I never ever use them unless it's for that little education push. But again, if you have a different experience with them, please let me know. Next up, I'm also going to place taxis in D tier as well, which could potentially be controversial. These assets are actually quite useful around commercial specialised areas including tourism and nightlife, and you'll definitely get the most use out of them there. But it's actually very rare you'll even see people utilising the taxi stands. At least in my experience, I've never really seen at all that many people wait at the taxi stand asset. Sims can actually also wait at the taxi depot, but because this asset is usually placed further away from these specialised areas, you very rarely ever see people waiting at these things. The assets are nice from a decoration perspective, both the depot and the stand. The stand works really nice alongside commercial, and you can actually use it as kind of a aesthetic bus stop as well. If you want that bus shelter vibe next to a bus stand, they can also work quite nicely in that regard. But otherwise, taxis, in my experience, isn't a massively fleshed out public transport mechanic. So for that reason alone, I'm just going to put them in D tier. And now moving to C tier, the first method to place in here is actually going to be trolleybuses. I was initially thinking of putting this in D because I really didn't like trolleybuses when they were first introduced to the game in the Sunset Harbor DLC. However, I found that they're actually better used as localised public transport loops, transporting people back and to from attractions to larger methods of public transport like train or metro. The real downside to them is that they require their own specific type of road to travel on, and they hold exactly the same amount of people as buses, so there's no real upside to using them over a regular bus. And if you're going to use a dedicated type of road for public transport, then there's no real reason why you shouldn't be using trams instead of trolleybuses, which of course hold 90 people instead of 30. From a decoration perspective, the trolleybus wires can be quite nice when run through certain areas, but definitely using them with localised loops is the way to go. You definitely don't want to rely on these things moving huge amounts of people around, but they do have their place in the game. The next method of public transport in C tier is going to be helicopters. Very similar to blimps, they are another form of internal air travel, however they're much faster and cause less noise pollution, and the stops take up a lot less space than the blimps do. So for all those reasons mentioned, they're going to be a tier above the awful blimps, the blimps. Whilst their capacity is fairly small for a method of public transport and similar to trolleybuses, you don't want to rely on these to move vast amounts of people around. They certainly have their place within the aesthetic point of the game. You can use them on piers. It's nice to see the helicopters coming and going near the water, and also near larger, more important buildings such as stadiums and perhaps your financial districts. They add quite a nice addition into the skyline, and they're also useful for getting over extreme terrain. If you have a very hilly or mountainous map, you're perhaps having difficulty running other methods of public transport through, or you don't have the road network that's suited for buses, then helicopters can be a nice compromise on that as well. So certainly a C tier method of public transport, definitely not lower and certainly not higher. The next method of public transport to fall into C tier is going to be ferries. Ferries are a little bit of a weird one, and of course are entirely useless if you have no rivers or coastline within your map. So if you're kind of within a landlocked map, ferries are almost entirely useless to you. And the reason they're falling into C tier, not B tier, is because their capacity seems to be a little off. They only hold 50 people. For anyone that's ever been on a ferry in real life before, they're a lot bigger than that. So they're essentially water buses in that regard. Some of the transport hubs that actually use ferries are quite nice, and you can allow 2 of them to dock at the same time. but the regular ferry stops are really small and don't allow that many people to wait at them at once. And they're best used, again, very similar to trolley buses tied into other methods of public transport, either having buses, metro, trains or monorail stop nearby will certainly help you get more use out of the ferry lines, but I think just because they hold 50 people and the AI doesn't tend to favour them that much, they are going to fall into C tier. First method into B tier is going to be the cable car from the Mass Transit DLC. So cable cars are a great aesthetic method of public transport and look really good climbing up mountains, which is where the majority of people end up using them. But they're also good for crossing kind of bodies of water or rivers or seas, or even using them in your theme parks if you have the Park Life DLC, and the assets actually look really great as part of the amusement park build, which is something we will do on the channel fairly soon in Bavaria. But they run really often and allow a concentrated passengers to be moved around. And similar to helicopters, they're also good for crossing difficult terrain with the way that the cable car lines behave. But for me, they're very much an aesthetic choice of public transport, but really good climbing up mountains. So for those reasons mentioned, they're going to fall to B tier public transport. Next method of public transport into B tier is going to be buses. So certainly one of the more true to real life methods of public transport. Pretty sure every city in the world, like most towns, have a bus, right? And it's also the first one that we unlock in the game, so they're kind of the base foundation for most of our initial public transport systems. However, it's important that we do upgrade and continue to support them with other methods of public transport as we unlock stuff like trains and metro. Most of us in our early city skylines days probably would have encountered a problem where there's literally hundreds, if not thousands of people waiting at a bus stop, which of course never happens in the real world. We also got a nice little biofuel bus depot with Green Cities DLC, and we can also dive into the bus route information and actually change the model, which is a nice little bonus for the public transport. You can change it from the regular model, biofuel bus, or indeed a school bus if you want. But for most cities, buses are pretty much a given and will form essentially the backbone of our public transport systems. They also have their own roads, which are added with the After Dark DLC, which can also help alleviate the pressure off the roads if there's maybe too many buses. Then giving them a dedicated lane on that road can help with that. But it's crucial that we support them with larger methods once they're unlocked. So buses, fairly common, nice and easy to use. They're going to fall into B tier for me. Next method of public transport into B tier is going to be intercity buses. Added with the Sunset Harbour DLC, I'm a huge fan of intercity buses, especially with their intercity bus stops. They make really good buildings as part of a larger transport hub and also as part of highway rest stops. They're actually really fun to use in that capacity to drop people off near the highways and then get them into the inner city using other internal methods of public transport. It is the first way that we can get tourists into the city if you're playing through the milestones in the game. And there's also a nice little policy called Tourist Travel Card, which increases the use of the intercity buses as a means of other transit, but it does boost the upkeep cost for these. Each intercity bus will hold 60 people, which isn't too bad, but for an external method of public transport, it is the smallest, so for that reason, I don't think it deserves to be any higher than B tier. Next and final method of public transport into B tier is going to be cruise ships, or cruise liners, whatever you want to call them. The only reason I'm placing them in B tier, not A tier, is because of, I guess, a graphical glitch in the game where the ships will undergo cell mitosis. It looks ridiculous, and I was kind of hoping it had been patched out by now. And also, the cruise liners, they only hold 100 people, which is only 10 more than a tram, which is a little bit ridiculous. So you can kind of see where there's some problems with the scaling of the passengers between the different methods of public transport. It doesn't quite level out as it should. They're a good way of getting tourists into the city, but they absolutely need to be supported with other local internal methods of public transport. Because they're bringing in much heavier people, 100 people per ship, and you can often get 4 or 5 ships arriving at once. That's 500 people that are arriving all at once on the same road, so it's essential that we put metro, monorail, train right by them so the tourists can get around the city without having to drive. They're the second best way of bringing tourists into the city. You don't have to worry about vehicles on the road like you do with intercity buses and getting them to their stop because they just sail on the water. Because of their relatively small passenger number for what the method of public transport is and the way the game shows them, again, cell mitosis, it looks ridiculous. And they're going to fall into a higher B tier for me. First method of public transport into A tier is going to be both passenger and intercity trains. The only reason this doesn't make S tier because each train holds 240 people, which is a lot of Sims, and it's great for moving them around. If you're moving through the milestones, you don't unlock trains until the small city milestone, and to get them integrated into the rest of your city at that point, once you've already got so much stuff laid out, can be a little bit awkward and usually more than ripping out a lot of infrastructure, which for me brings its score down. But there are a ton of things you can do with trains, which is why it ranks so highly. There are a lot of public transport hubs that use trains really effectively. You can combine them with metro and monorail, and loads of other methods to get people moving around the city. And then they are, of course, the second best way of bringing tourists into the city via intercity trains. You'll probably notice here that I've excluded cargo trains and also cargo ships from this list, even though they do fall under the public transport tab. They're not strictly public transport, I guess industrial transport, so they're excluded from this list. And trains can also be quite difficult to use as well if you have a little experience with them. You'll come across quite a lot of train traffic if you start to mix internal and intercity train lines and cargo trains all on the same line. So it's important that we separate each of these three different types of train out onto their own lines. Another gripe that also brings trains down slightly on the list is the fact that when you're placing large train transport hubs that do accept intercity trains, so I'm referring to the stations that have multiple platforms here, every time you place that asset, the platform that accepts intercity trains will change. This is super annoying, and because of that it brings its score down slightly as well. But again, because it unlocks so late at a small city milestone, this can be a little bit awkward to do. So for those reasons, it keeps it out of S tier, but still strong A tier for the train systems in the game. The next method of public transport into A tier is going to be
如果我这边建了排水站，
So there are several types
我再建个抽水站会怎么样？
base game. I would highly suggest
我
grabbing
很想知道。
the Harbour DLC and the After Dark DLC that add the Metropolitan Airport and International Airport respectively. The only reason airports aren't into S tier is because they're strictly an external method of public transport and we can't actually draw in our own plane lines. Given the restrictions of the game, especially on the console edition where you only have 9 tiles, this does make sense. You wouldn't really fly 9 tiles. But maybe in City Skylines 2, we can hope for internal airlines, which would be
观赏。
Each external plane will hold a capacity of 200 passengers, which is actually less than an intercity train, but I'm counting air travel as the best way to bring tourists into the city. It's because planes don't really create traffic, you have to factor in intercity train traffic. So that's why I'm counting air travel as the best way of bringing tourists into the city. There are some really nice things you can do combining airport assets together. I'm particularly proud of the airport that we built in Haliban. A lot of the other cities content creators have put together some really cool airport builds, including Bibba and Karata. They have some great ideas of what you can do with these assets, so do go and check them out. And very similar to the cruise liner terminal, it's almost essential that we include internal public transport right next to our airports so we don't get 200 sims leaving planes and all of them driving. That will choke our roads. So for me, the best way of bringing in tourists and a very strong A-tier contender for the airports. We move into the realm of S-tier public transport. It's pretty clear which ones these are going to be. So we'll start out with the first one. This is going to be cycling. Cycling is a massively overpowered mechanic in the game, and even until recently I didn't realise how fast sims will cycle. For those following our various series, which will be linked down below and linked to the end of the video, we recently found that a sim literally cycled from one side of the map to the other using elevated bike paths. And cycling makes the After Dark DLC worth buying just for cycling. It really is that good. It also really heavily reduces the number of cars on the roads, and they're also easier to get around because they're essentially just walking paths that accept bikes. So you can be a lot more nimble with them. You have a lot more freedom in their placement as opposed to a road. You can traverse much more different terrain and much tighter gaps with cycling network as opposed to letting the sims drive. There are also a couple of policies that help encourage biking, including the encourage biking policy, funnily enough, and bump bikes on sidewalks. So there are a few different things you can do to further increase the cycle effectiveness. Establishing a strong cycle network early on in your city, you will notice a huge difference in your traffic. And I can't stress how powerful cycling is. A really, really strong method of public transport. And it also looks really nice as well, seeing these sims cycle around. And from a decoration point of view, because it's a pathway, we can slightly elevate it, which looks great. And also, it's easy just to stop by for the methods of public transport, including train stations, airports, bus stops, intercity bus stops. everything that we covered today, cycling integrates into all of them really easily. So I love Cycle Network, and for that it was into ST for me. Next up into ST is going to be monorail. And the only real downside to monorail is that it produces quite a lot of noise pollution, so you have to be careful around residential areas. But usually you can just avoid this with proper planning. They hold 180 passengers, which is the second highest behind trains for a method of internal public transport. But the thing with monorails is that they look great, they're really cool to integrate into the city. Their stations can be placed next to a road, or there's a version of the station of a road passing through it, which makes them really easy to integrate into high density areas. You don't have to be on the station to sit on the side of the road. Similar to a bike network, their tracks are really easy to place because they're so narrow and small, and you can get some really nice kind of bendy curves with them to make them really nice. And there's also a version of the tracks that goes above the road as well, making it a much easier method of transport to integrate into your city alongside your high density areas as well. Just because of the nature of monorail, it has quite a sci-fi look which can tie really nicely into some builds, especially with the high-tech content creator pack. It's also really cool to bring into amusement parks again as well, similar to cable cars. Integrating them into parks and seeing them pass over different areas. Really good. Love monorail, and it certainly makes the mass transit DLC that it comes with worth buying. So one of my favourite methods, and a very strong S tier contender for the monorail. Next up into S tier is going to be Metro. With the Sunset Harbour patch, we got an addition of Overground Metro, which was, I think, Paradox's take on the Overground Metro mod. Not massively familiar with my mods, but I think it was inspired by that. Maybe even worked with the mod creator, that could be wrong. But Metro is super easy to integrate into the city, primarily because it's mostly underground. You can, of course, not use it overground, but there's so many different vibes you can take this with. We ran it through kind of wheat fields before, which was really nice. You can run it in loops around your high density areas, just keeps everyone moving around. Lots of fun. We ran it through kind of. But Metro is super easy to integrate into the city, primarily because it's mostly underground, but we can of course now use it overground. But there's so many different vibes you can take this with. We ran it through kind of wheat fields before, which was really nice. You can run it in loops around your high density areas, just keeps everyone moving around. Lots of public transport hubs come with Metro integrated into them, like the Metropolitan Airport and the Monorail Metro Train Hub. It's just a very accessible method of public transport and super easy to integrate into already existing areas. And the train stations content creator pack added some really nice looking metro stations, which only improves the score. And in most of my cities, Metro is usually the backbone that overtakes buses once the city is a little more established and the budget can support a significant metro network. And it's always really nice seeing so many sims spill out of the stations. Super satisfying, and of course for me, the most interesting asset to sit and watch in the game is the Metro Plaza that comes with the content creator pack. Super nice looking asset, and you could sit here and watch this thing for absolutely hours. So when I'm building a public transport network, Metro is absolutely my go-to, alongside monorail and cycling. So very strong S tier for Metro. And of course, the last addition into S tier, and the absolute definition of yes please, is going to be trams. For those that follow my channel, we absolutely live for trams, also known as streetcars or light rail. I think a lot of people call them quite different things. Wonderful public transport. They're a nice intermediary option for the city between unlocking buses and metro, but that's only one small bonus of them. They are super easy to detail, probably the most detailable, if that's a word, method of public transport, because they can separate out onto their tram-only tracks. You can run these through Greenbelt, really heavily decorate them, integrate them a number of ways into the city. You can elevate these lines, run them through Greenbelt, separate them off main arterial roads, and flesh out around them with park life assets. They also hold 90 people, which is 3 times as many as a bus, and only slightly less than the metro as well. You also don't have to worry about them being hampered by poor road conditions and snow if you're playing with the snow format, and they also look great as well. I think I probably would have placed trolleybuses higher if the trolleybus also had a trolleybus only track, but fortunately it doesn't. So I absolutely love trams with integrated. It seems to get on board with my personal favourite method of public transport, and for me, they absolutely are the only reason to buy the Snowfall DLC, unless you like playing with that relentless white and total lack of colour in the snow maps. So trams are going to complete a very solid S tier public transport for me. Well guys, that is going to do it for today. And thank you all so much for watching. If you've enjoyed this type of tiered video and would like to see more different themes in City Skylines, please do let me know what themes down below in the comments. I'm quite happy to make these, they're really fun to make, and if you guys enjoy them, I'll definitely do more of them. If not, you'll never see them again. So just let me know if you enjoyed it or not. If you're interested in checking out the city that we've flown around today, this Boreal themed city right here is Palawan, my vanilla City Skylines Let's Play. It is linked down below and at the end of the video. And likewise, when we hopped into the Snow City little cruise terminals, that is Novaria, my vanilla Snow City, which is currently an ongoing series. Also linked down below and at the end of the video. Just want to say a huge thank you for supporting the channel. Otherwise, I will shut up and leave it there. Thank you all so much for watching. As always, enjoy the rest of your day.
All this time I wondered, is it more for me to come? Is love just like a flower that withers then it's gone? So many times I thought it was it. So many times, so many wrongs. It feels like I've been sleeping. Feels like I've been dead. The dawn is finally here now. You are lying in my bed. Oh, I hear you call me breathing. I don't want to wake you up. You are the wind. You are the sun. You are my dreams. This time I won. I bet in all I got there is no fear. This time I'm bold, I know you're gold.
叫路，不对，亚洲那边叫路，这边就叫街。意大利街。
The day when I met you, it was time for love to be bigger than this heart of mine. I've been waiting a long time, now I found there's something about you that I can't deny. It feels like I'm about to go crazy. It feels like happiness on the way. I knew it from the first time I saw you. Now your heart is beating faster than mine. Every day is better with you by my side. Girl, you got me going crazy. Feels like you're the one for me. The way you amaze me. Every time I look at you, I know we will make it. I can't believe that you're mine. I'm the luckiest man alive. The way that you hold me, I feel safe. It's better the sunshine on cloudy day. We could
这一侧的命名好像已经差不多了。这里
let's go together as long as you're by my side. It feels like I'm about to go crazy. It feels like happiness on the way. I knew it from the first time I saw you. Now your heart is beating faster than mine. Every day is better with you by my side. Girl, you got me going crazy. Feels like you're the one for me. The way you amaze me. Every time I look at you, I know we will make it. I can't believe that you're mine. I'm the luckiest man alive. I'm so in love with you. I'm so in love with you. Girl, you got me going crazy. Feels like you're the one for me. The way you amaze me. Every time I look at you, I know we will make it. I can't believe that you're mine. I'm the luckiest man alive. Girl, you got me going crazy. Feels like you're the
他妈瞪呢。
the way you amaze me. Every time I look at you, I know we will make it. I can't believe that you're mine. I'm the luckiest man alive. I'm the luckiest man alive. I'm the luckiest man alive.
大妈大街是什么东西啊？我操！
shifting. I see the dawn is here. I have a sense that my warmer days are near. No more clouds in my coffee, no more clouds in my way. I'm on the highway to life, I'm shifting gear. I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All the sorrows that I carry, all the sorrows that I am, I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'll be the better man. 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 I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All the sorrows that I carry, all the sorrows that I am, I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'll be the better man. I'm leaving the city lights behind and driving towards the holy ground, where the silence is king and the air is free. Here is where I'm supposed to be. This is home. I know the streets, I know the roads. Here I belong, where the river gently flows. Every time I'm lost, I got to come to the place that gives me peace that I call home. When I pass the city border sign, I finally reach some peace of mind. It's dark and everyone's asleep. The memory starts wandering from the deep. This is home.
为什么这边还有这种路啊？
The streets, I know the roads. Here I belong,
这可不行。
where the river gently flows. Every time I'm lost, I got to come to the place that gives me peace that I call home. This is home. I know the streets, I know the roads. Here I belong, where the river gently flows. Every time I'm lost, I got to come to the place that gives me peace that I call home. This is home. I know the streets, I know the roads. Here I belong, where the river gently flows. Every time I'm lost, I got to come to the place that gives me peace that I call home.
哥本哈根。
Bring the whole family to At the Old Grain Mill.
不点部分承认
Family restaurant. At
你
the
选
Old
全部
Grain
承
Mill
认，
always has the
否
best
则
service and the best home-style
不太好。
meals in town. We'll make sure you always leave At the Old Grain Mill with a smile and a full belly. Now, be sure that you come down to At the Old Grain Mill old-fashioned family restaurant and not the abandoned grain facility at the edge of town. It's not safe for visitors and poses serious risks to anyone who dares enter that old mill, which was forced to close down years ago. We ordered our sign and uniforms before we learned of the existence of that dangerous old flour mill, so we are not responsible for what happened there on that awful night. We just want to focus on making great meals every night at the Old Grain Mill. Old-fashioned family restaurant at the Old Grain Mill, from our family to yours.
Square Packages, the packaging specialists, are proud to present a box on both your houses. The untold story of the invention of the box and the family rivalry that nearly destroyed it. It's a tale about opening your heart, finding acceptance, and inventing the most efficient means of shipping and packaging that mankind has ever known. Proving that to find what's in your soul, you have to look outside the box and into another box, which is a house, your home. And that truly is the greatest box of all. Tune in every Wednesday at 8 for this once-in-a-week time television event, A Box on Both Your Houses, presented by Square Packages, the packaging specialists.
Tom here. I got an email from a listener that asks, Tom, what kind of country is your
这就是个人行道，
Thanks for the question, Pam. It's hard to choose a favorite kind of country.
这不该有名
But I'd
字啊！
have to
但
say the American countries like USA are my favorite.
他非要搞个名字，
Probably because of the music. Anyway, thanks for the kind message. I hope to hear from you again soon. This is Country Road
这
Radio.
也要有名字，根本就不是个路。我要把这些车给搞下来。我领先。雅典旗。可以吧？嗯。哇，敌人。 哦，这名字真难打，联想不出来。讷屋，木讷的讷，那。
In a drawer next to my bed, I keep the memories of you. There's a song I wrote a million years ago. It's a song about the stars up in the sky that shines for you. It's a song about what now has made me blue. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love
欧罗巴大道。
my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. Since the day you walked away from me, I can't stop feeling blue. And the shirt you left is still here on the floor. Though I know it will feel better after rain, the sun will shine. But for now my heart is waiting for a sign. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. Rain is falling, the clouds are gray. Will I see the blue sky some other day? Rain is falling,
布拉迪斯拉法。
but I can't stop feeling this way. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my love.
再等会儿可以的。
Still in love with you. I want you back, I love.
重点是要把灯光颜色统。
I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you. Rain is falling, the clouds are gray. I give you all my love and I'm still in love with you.
新区用白色算，不对，不能就这么算，不能就这么算，没有算了这一首。
Let the rivers
哎，其实当时就应该改了。哎，当时就应该搞好，哇！
It's lonely in my ghost town now. Everything is like you left it that day. The sound of silence is killing me. 'Cause nothing here can set me free. All the streets that we've been walking along, and all the places that were you and me, everything is covered in dark. Life has come from diamonds to rock. I'm lost without you. I don't know what to do. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? No, me and you can't believe it's true. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? How can everything go on when all the dreams I had is gone? I remember all the days in the sun when you wear your scarf and big black shades. We were cruising in your Corvette. There was nothing there we couldn't get. Didn't see the clouds in the sky. Didn't know I was on your mind. But suddenly it started to rain, and I haven't seen the sky again. I'm lost without you. I don't know what to do. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? No, me and you can't believe it's true. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? How can everything go on when all the dreams I had is gone? I tried to find a cure in a bar last night. I tried to find another you. Nothing here can ever make it right. Nothing here can be the truth. I'm lost without you. I don't know what to do. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? No, me and you can't believe it's true. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? How can everything go on when all the dreams I had is gone? When all the dreams I had is gone.
继续给道路命名。刚才到哪儿？
At Sternberger, our cars
刚才到这一块儿了。
of metal that take you from point A to point B. They are also composed of industrial plastics, polymers, and rubbers. We also know it's what's in the car that is more important than the car itself. And that's why it can also carry up to 300 kilograms of human, animal, or consumer goods cargo. The climate control device brings the air temperature to 22 degrees Celsius. It's our way of making our cars comfortable for the majority of mammal species. In fact, it is a perfect vessel for transport from short to medium distances, and we believe that the price we are asking is a fair trade for the value transfer to the consumer. Sternberger, more than just a
他妈橄榄几个月？
Hi, I'm Greg, owner and founder of Steel Frame Sports. Two-ton, usually short fingers, which are a characteristic of my family line. I was unable to play sports at the elite level I would have liked to. Instead, I invested my energy into getting you the lowest prices possible on athletic gear. Unlike the local sports teams, you can count on us every year. I fight every day to get you the best deals. I'll never drop the ball on prices, And that's because low prices and my customers' happiness are not affected by the short fingers mentioned earlier in the advertisement. Just remember, when the game's on the line, who do you count on? Steel Frame Spots. That's who. And check out our ad in the Weekly Nickel.
Welcome to 10 Gallon FM. You know, around these parts, you either love country music and all the good things that come along with it, or you're into something else.
伦敦。首都也用完了，接下来用知名城市。法兰克福大道。还有漏掉。沃尔还用在工业区。巴塞罗那。这片应该都命好，应该没有漏的。所有的街道都应该有自己的名字，自己的独特的名字。在这里。
Steam Deck. It's been a long time coming, but it's finally here. It's quite remarkable. I mean, look at this. A handheld games machine capable of not just running the latest games, but actually running them very well indeed. The vast majority of titles will play here running at cost equivalent settings, sometimes even better resolution of half. I've seen a lot of Steam Deck coverage in the run to launch, a lot of great testing, but going so actually play some games to see what this thing can do. At its best, it's a fascinating piece of remarkably performing technology. It's not quite the deck of dreams that many hope it will be. There's still plenty of rough edges to smooth off. But the bottom line, though, Steam Deck's performance exceeds my expectations, and literally everything we've seen in this gameplay montage is raw capture from the deck. I framed it within the Steam Deck render here, so the footage isn't scale. Whether the game runs at 720p or full native where it's 800p, it's a one-to-one pixel map that is totally brilliant. We'll go more into performance later on, but first impressions on the machine. Well, I was sent the 512 by SSD. Now, we know all about the that's why it's fair to say that it is largely established in the military switch, for example. It needs space for a decent cooling assembly and a large battery to house this kind of performance. But you know what? I find the deck easier to use than the Switch. When strapped onto the console, a Switch's Joy-Cons provide good support for your entire hand, leading to pins and needles and numbness in extended play sessions. Steam Deck may be larger, much larger, but its grips make a difference in terms of comfort, also allowing you to easily handle its weight. Analog sticks, D-pad, base buttons, an interesting merging of Xbox and Switch that works rather well, with the twin pads on either side allowing the deck to access mouse-driven games. Shoulder buttons and triggers feel great, and it's nice to see the panels in the rear of the machine there. I often found myself activating them by accident during the run of play. I'm not going to dwell too much more on the form factor. Overall build quality is solid, plastics are reasonable. The system consumes a lot more power relative to Switch, but the cooling is fine. The system feeling warm to the touch on the rear, but never hot. This is of little consequence to the user anyway, as the grips are kept well away from the heat. Steam Deck never feels uncomfortable to hold, and that's great. I also enjoyed the speaker quality, actually a bit of bass focus. The only issue here is that often the audio quality is compromised by fan noise. Now, fan noise isn't loud as such, but it's an intrusively high pitch. And I think it's fair to say that the screen is a bit of a disappointment. It's fine, it's adequate. The colour reproduction is not outstanding. There's no variable refresh rate support that would have been really useful for this kit. And the screen itself is not particularly vivid. It's best for indoor glow. It's not super bright at all, even at max settings. Ports-wise, nothing on the bottom except micro SD card access, while on the top we have volume controls, 3.5mm stereo jack for headsets, along with a USB-C for power, video out, USB expansion. Valve does have a bespoke dock on the way, but any decent USB-C hub out there should do the job. Just make sure you get one with USB-C power delivery last, because you're going to need it. So that's the physical form factor, and yes, I'm also only going to spend a short time talking about the UI, because fundamentally it's exactly as you would imagine. It's Steam on a handheld. Underneath the trackpad on the left is the Steam button, which gives you easy access to Steam essentials. The home screen, library, school, the usual Steam stuff. On the right, a mirroring menu button gives very quick access to notifications, frames list, a pared down settings options screen, and most intriguingly of all, a performance menu. Here, you can specify varying levels of internal performance metrics, the ability to toggle between frame rate caps of 30 and 60 FPS, and even the ability to change the Vango APU's thermal power, and even its GPU clock speed. With 30 FPS toggle, it's extremely useful, as we shall see, but I'd recommend leaving the other options just as they are. Now, the scaling filter here is perhaps more useful when docked, but essentially it tells the deck what you want to happen when a game is running at resolutions underneath 800p or 720p. You can upscale with a standard linear technique, a nearest neighbor algorithm, which is potentially great for retro emulators, and an integer option, which basically leaves it at native res with black borders around it. FSR, fidelity affects super resolution. Well, essentially, you can choose the display resolution in game, and FSR then scales it up to the screen's native pixel count, and you can adjust the edge enhancement effect. It's still FSR, but somewhat different to normal in-game FSR, which should always be chosen in preference to this one, in my opinion. In-game FSR usually works like the 3D content only, leaving HUD elements at native res. The system level FSR, though, upscales everything, which is not ideal. The interface is fine, but certainly not pared back and simple like a console. In truth, it couldn't be. It's a PC. There's just far too much going on, but I think Steam users will appreciate the levels of functionality on offer. The only real criticism of the UI being
I've been driving on this road now so many times before. I know about every crack, about every turn. And even if I knew that this was not my way to drive, I never slowed it down to find a sign. I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All the sorrows that I carry, all the sorrows that I am, I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'll be the better man. I see the sky start shifting, I see the dawn is here. I have a sense that my warmer days are near. No more clouds in my coffee, no more clouds in my way. I'm on the highway to life, I'm shifting gear. I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All
Gaze at a gazelle. Lock eyes with a lemur. Shake hands with a turtle. At the City Zoo, you can experience the wild in our wildest exhibition yet. Come down this weekend to meet our newest addition, a three-toed sloth named Barbara. She'll hook you with her smile, and hook you again with her curved toes used to grasp trees in the wild. After that, take a gander at another new species, a new type of bird previously identified as a different type of bird due to a zoological error. Fun for the whole family. Book now and get a free handful of pellets to feed the fish. Limit 4 per family while supplies last. We'll look forward to seeing you where the animals live in rooms painted to look like home. The City Zoo.
Square Packages, the packaging specialists, are proud to present a box on both your houses. The untold story of the invention of the box and the family rivalry that nearly destroyed it. It's a tale about opening your heart, finding acceptance, and inventing the most efficient means of shipping and packaging that mankind has ever known. Proving that to find what's in your soul, you have to look outside the box and into another box, which is a house, your home. And that truly is the greatest box of all. Tune in every Wednesday at 8 for this once-in-a-week time television event, A Box on Both Your Houses, presented by Square Packages, the packaging specialists.
Anyway, on a related note, all pudding is half off for the foreseeable future at Tony Magone's Steakhouse. But they are currently unable to offer steak. Just a message from our sponsor. This is Country Road Radio.
In a drawer next to my bed, I keep the memories of you. There's a song I wrote a million years ago. It's a song about the stars up in the sky that shines for you. It's a song about what now has made me blue. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. Since the day you walked away from me, I can't stop feeling blue. And the shirt you left is still here on the floor. Though I know it will feel better after rain, the sun will shine. But for now my heart is waiting for a sign. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. Rain is falling, the clouds are gray. Will I see the blue sky some other day? Rain is falling, the clouds are gray, but I can't stop feeling this way. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. I want you back, I love you. You know my love is true. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you. Rain is falling, the clouds are gray. I give you all my loving, I'm still in love with you.
darkest sky go blue. In those eyes I found a reason to stay. I couldn't leave him as we walked under the way. My heart was here to stay. You were dancing like an angel, like the stars above the city sky. What if this could be forever, just you and I? Can't believe that I'm the lucky one, that I'm still the one beside you. When you smile at me, the walls fall down. My love was all around,
这是个什么东西？
and I know you feel the
哇，
same way. Best friends turn into lovers, one magic night when we were young. Our story had begun. You were dancing like an angel, like the stars above the city sky. What if this could be forever, just you and I? You and I were meant to be. We found
可以
each
copy 一
other
遍吗？
finally. From now it's you and me. Hold me close, don't let me go. Here in my arms you're meant to be. It's finally you and me. was living in my bubble. With all my dreams I put on hold, then I met you. You got me sober, when you came over. Like a jack in a box, you're turning up and save me. You've got it, I need it, so lucky. I got saved by the bell, you see it, I get it, free falling. It's so easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I got saved by the bell. I got saved by the bell. Time went by, I didn't see you. Summer rain was slowly fading into fall. Another party feeling so blue. Out of nowhere you are standing here so true. It's hard to stay cool. You are touching my soul like a genie in a bottle. You are back to save me. You've got it, I need it, so lucky. I got saved by the bell, you see it, I get it. Free
Density
falling.
is that it can be fairly slow and it's definitely a bit cumbersome to use. But Valve does deserve some kudos here for the suspend function, essentially allowing you to pause gameplay whenever you want and put the system into a deep sleeping state, essential for bite-sized gaming on the go. But this system does need to be expanded to include the ability to download games while the system is suspended, something that was there on day one of Nintendo Switch. As it is, if you're downloading games on the deck, it has to be fully active during the entire download time. I've spoken to Valve about this and they do say that this is a feature that they are aggressively working on, so fingers crossed this will be added soon. So let's talk about performance, where I think it is reasonably safe to say that Steam Deck exceeds my expectations, especially considering the onerous limitations in effect. Let's consider each of them in turn. First of all, this is an AMD APU. We have a 4-core 8-thread Zen 2 CPU cluster, and the RDNA 2 GPU occupy the same die, essentially competing for resources between them, something few, if any, developers would have painted for in their game designs. Core to those limited resources is the power count, at a relatively minuscule 15 watts. Secondly, we have the Linux-based nature of the deck itself. The vast majority of the library are titles designed for Windows, and those need to go through the Proton compatibility layer in order to work, which will surely limit performance to some extent. To what extent it does limit performance, we don't know right now, because Windows drivers for the deck are not available during this part of the review, and secure the same. In analysing performance on the deck, for this segment I am benching a 720p resolution 3 ways. First of all, we have the unlocked performance of the deck itself running via the bespoke Steam UI. Now this is always running with VSync off, there's nothing you can do about that. Even if you specify turning off VSync within the game menus, it always stays open. Secondly, we benched the same areas with the place 30 FPS and active. What we're testing for here is stability, right? For 30 FPS mode to work effectively, you need a new frame every 33.3 milliseconds, not the uneven frame delivery we often see elsewhere, and complain about. Finally, we do manage to get VSync off measurements with fully unlocked performance via the Linux desktop. Here, thanks to an assist from Twitter user GiraD, we have a customized version of what is essentially the Linux equivalent to Riva Tuna Statistics server, Mango Hub. So the flashing border on the left there is the FPAN border marker, allowing us to easily track frame persistence with VSync off. Now, a word of caution on the desktop benchmarks. Valve tells us that only 4 CPU threads are available, potentially impacting performance when the game is CPU limited. Thankfully, the vast majority of the tests here put GPU first, and CPU issues only having minor impact, as we shall see. Before we go on, word on presentation. Benchmark tests, I'm demonstrating the content tested here by showing what you might call hero background video. This is running at the same settings as what I used for deck tests, but for the purposes of making a good looking video, it's 1080p 60 FPS. Now over this I'm plotting the frame rate and frame time data from the deck as it was analysed in those 3 different ways. So let's get into it, starting with control, where I benched at enhanced console settings. Consoles are effectively PCs low with medium reflections. I box these up with high level of detail, high textures, and high texture filtering. You'll note immediately that we're kicking off with unlocked performance that's actually touching 60 frames per second. Via the Linux desktop or Steam UI unlocked, we average between 48 to 49 FPS at 720p across the run, which I think is absolutely remarkable as an opener. This is in no way the most complex scene in control. The key is we have overhead here if we choose to run the game at PS4 level 30 FPS. Aside from dips as we transition into gameplay, and some flutters during the cutscene, 30 FPS in app is essentially perfect with absolutely fine frame pacing. Now comparing the Linux desktop with VSync on with Steam UI, which always has VSync on, you can see that frame delivery is smoother in Linux, while the deck's interface careens between 16 millisecond and 30 millisecond screen plays. Stutter versus tearing basically, but if you're sticking with Steam UI, as most people likely will be, stutter it is. Now that's why I prefer 30 FPS generally in these scenarios. You're gaining consistency and indeed battery life, thanks to the lower overall frame rate. Shadow of the Two made an extra curious one because we have a rather good native Linux port here via Feral Interactive. The one caveat being that Feral tells me that running this game on Steam Deck has not been validated. Still, my settings here, one notch down from the top, and we're seeing rather good results. The entire benchmark sequence rolls out north at 30 FPS, with the unlocked Steam UI delivering 39 FPS, up against 38 from the Linux desktop. Now this is likely down to the more limited CPU resources. As we move into the third segment of the bench, you see that the cyan line is stuttering, where the unlocked deck UI doesn't seem to be losing performance. 30 FPS mode, a few dropped frames in that final segment, but that's very, very consistent overall. Extremely impressive stuff, bearing in mind that we're pummeling the deck here with high settings, not the medium or low presets typically associated with mobile PC gaming on an integrated GPU. Kojima Productions' Death Stranding next, we're running on default settings here, which by and large are a match for the PlayStation version of the game, only we're rendering at 720p versus a PS4 operating at 1080p at 30 FPS. Across this short run, we're looking at a 46 to 47 FPS average on the unlocked renditions of the bench here, while aside from tiny, mostly unnoticeable blips, 30 FPS is 30 FPS, as it should be, with even frame persistence. Yeah, I mean, there are interesting comparisons to have with the last gen consoles generally, which we'll talk about later, but I'd chalk this up as another win for the deck. Now, Playground Games supports Horizon 5 next, and again, I'm not sparing the system some challenging content. I'm running at flat high settings here. I've moved up motion blur to the long setting, which greatly aids fluidity in motion, especially at 30 FPS. I've also moved MSAA anti-aliasing up from highest standard 2x to 4x, because the content of the game was designed around 4x, with vegetation in particular looking a bit rough without it. In short, I'm making demands of the deck here. This benchmark sequence is far more challenging than most of the game content. 37 FPS unlocked with Steam UI versus a faster but more unstable 39 FPS in the Linux desktop. More unstable, I guess, from the CPU overhead, but still good stuff overall. Minor dropped frames at 30 FPS, but fine overall for the deck, bearing in mind how challenging this particular test is. Now, when I'm playing the game, it mostly plays out flawlessly for 30 FPS based on my experiences. Finally, Horizon Zero Dawn. The benchmark sequence is based around Meridian, the most challenging area in the game. We're running at 720p with original settings here, a match for PlayStation 4 then, just at a lower resolution. One thing to bear in mind with this game is that it does compile its shaders in the background as you play, and this can cause issues for a resources-limited system like Steam Deck. My recommendation is to load up the game, start it, and let it sit for a while before playing, otherwise you are prone to some bad stutter. Once shader compilation is sorted, it's a good showing here. 41 FPS average unlocked via the Steam UI versus 39 FPS with VC on the Steam desktop, again likely down to reduced CPU resources. Keep your eyes on the yellow line. Consistent 30 FPS, consistent frame times once again from a system level frame rate. This is pretty impressive stuff. All of these games run at 30 FPS on the last gen consoles. You can run them all at 30 FPS on Steam Deck with something of the same. These games were tested at low settings. I've given the deck both barrels and it is delivered. Ryzen 0, also Ryzen 5. Now, these games are not super fast, ultra optimal ports for the PC. That kind of average, really, overall, in terms of their performance levels. But the point is, the Steam Deck is running really, really nicely. I do want to share one word of caution though. Something the benchmarks may not pick up on. I've noticed in the past with AMD APUs that the GPU tends to get priority in terms of resources, which in gaming is how it should be. However, when the CPU is really pushed hard, it competes for those limited resources with the GPU, and bad things can happen. This day's gone from Sony, which is a pretty great PC port actually. Using Alex's optimized settings here with a touch over budget of the GPU at 1850 with a console level 30 FPS target. But I'm fairly confident that with some minor tweaks, locking to 30 shouldn't be too challenging. However, hop into the challenge areas and deploy the Horde, and wow, this is pretty catastrophic, right? In a desktop environment where CPU and GPU have more power and their own bespoke power budgets, and they're not competing across the same level interface, stuff like this is rarely an issue. Something you need to keep in mind with the deck. Next up, I want to emphasize the remarkable gen-on-gen leap that the RDNA 2 graphics architecture delivers compared to Vega predecessors. So, I've got an Asus Zephyrus G14 here with a Ryzen 4900HS, twice the CPU core count of the deck, but with Vega 8 graphics rather than a new RDNA 2 GPU. However, it is fed by 35 watts of power as opposed to the Mega 15 in the deck. So, prepare to be seriously impressed. Despite a 2.3 times multiplier in power consumption allotted to Ryzen 4000, here in Tomb Raider across the entire benchmark, the Steam Deck GPU has a 56.5% increase in performance against the Vega equivalent. As you can see, its performance profile kind of sits in the middle between the deck operating at 720p and 1080. This is Windows versus native Linux. You may see a bit more stutter on the deck. Remember that RVC port measurements are taken with less CPU power available compared to the Steam UI. And yes, obviously, Ryzen on the laptop is far more CPU. However, looking at control next, there's a very similar grouping, right? In like-for-like settings at 720p, Steam Deck's delivering a 51% performance advantage over Vega across the duration of the benchmark, despite the huge power differential, and that's despite the Photon wrapper interpreting the Windows game in Linux. And finally, we're going back to Death Stranding again. We've got Photon in effect here with what you would assume has some kind of performance overhead. However, like for like, the Mango processor outperforms Ryzen 4900HS here by 61.5%. In fact, amusingly, Steam Deck at 1080p has 83% of the older Ryzen chip's performance at 720p, which is kind of nuts. Now, this Ryzen is a couple of years old now, but still, this is a huge, huge improvement. You can only wonder what the new range of Ryzen 6000 notebook GPUs will deliver if they have the DEX graphics tech paired with much higher power budgets. Now let's get a little more ambitious with our benchmark tests. I've talked a lot about base PlayStation 4 comparisons. This got me thinking, is it possible to get some sense of proportion between the two systems, PS4 versus DEC? To do this properly, we need a top-end PS4 game that pushed the state of the art, but one which also has an unlocked frame rate, and of course, it also needs to have a good PC port. Enter Santa Monica Studios' God of War, where its Gold Master version, forever immortalized on Blu-ray disc, does have an unlocked failure. The developers also handed in a great PC port that runs like a chat on the Steam Deck. So let's take a look. PS4 1080p versus deck at 720p and native 800p unlocked with matched content at the same quality settings. Across this clip, it's a 32.1 FPS average on PlayStation 4, up against 34.6 FPS at 800p on the deck and 36.6 FPS at 720p. So the evidence here is suggesting that despite having no low-level access to the processor, despite not really having a unified memory setup, and despite having to go through the Proton compatibility layer, the deck and its native resolutions can run a top-tier PS4 game with the same settings, even a small bump to performance overall, which is, interesting stuff, right? There's something else interesting about the 720p versus 800p resolution differential there. Essentially, performance increases by about 6 to 7% by dropping from 800p to 720p. Of course, there are 40-pixel borders top and bottom, but this is an interesting way to increase performance if you're just at the cusp of your frame rate. What about 1080p versus 1080p? Either academic, but it can only be done by the Linux desktop. There is some PS4 versus 720p versus 1080p three-way. Yeah, the deck's APU obviously has its limits. We're getting about 63% of the PS4's performance here when resolutions are matched. So, God of War was patched with 30 FPS cap and a good one. So how does the Steam Deck? Well, first of all, I found that in-game frame rate caps on the deck only work. VSync is off, and frame delivery is bad. However, Valve's system-level implementation is generally excellent. In God of War, I don't think anyone will really be able to tell the difference. Look at those flat frame times. Slight wobbles under load, but it's crucial for the deck to get 30 FPS right. It's not quite the final finished article, it's almost there. That's great, this is crucial for the system. Finally, out of curiosity, I also ran one final round of benchmarks, maxing out 3 games, plugging the results from Steam Deck into our existing GPU database in order to answer one question. Is there a desktop graphics card equivalent to Steam Deck GPU performance? This is a nuts comparison fraught with bad ideas, bearing in mind the power differential, the OS difference, Proton, but amusing and kind of interesting nonetheless. Here in Death Stranding, the closest desktop GPU to the deck in our database was the 4GB version of the Radeon RX 460, which is also the Radeon RX 560 from the desktop card's about 12% quicker. You may wonder what the GTX 1050 Ti is doing here. Well, a lot of folks use the 1050 Ti with 1080p screens, and the deck is actually giving fairly similar performance at the same settings as 720p, the resolution you'd likely use on the deck. This one's quite interesting. Doom Eternal again sees the RX 460 about 12% faster than Steam Deck, but we had to bust down texture detail from ultra nightmare to medium to get it running. Steam Deck's running this pretty flat out with ultra nightmare settings across the board. Again, Steam Deck at 720p outperforms 1050 Ti at 1080p, and the NVIDIA card's got some weird frame time issues. Now, you might be wondering how we managed to get ultra nightmare textures along with the Steam Deck. The system actually allocates 40 gigs of memory to GPU frame buffer memory. That seems to be an outlier. Plus games, it's actually 6 gigabytes, and that's more than enough 720p or 800p gaming. So, next up, let's move on. Shadow the Tomb Raider, higher settings. On the Steam Deck side here, remember that we have access to a native Linux version. And yeah, a bit more of a gap between RX 460 and Steam Deck here. Again, the handheld at 720p up against the GTX 1050 Ti at 1080p sees slightly higher performance than the Steam machine. Interesting stuff, right? Okay, so this is all a bit of minor silliness really, but it highlights the kind of ballpark level of performance then the accelerant you get from not having to run games at the standard 1080p. Okay, so the crucial thing here is going to be the price for this performance, right? And I'm not talking about MSRPs or whatever, because the deck is ridiculously good value for the hardware you're getting. The price here is battery life. Now, I could regale you with tests on various games, but I honestly think they're a bit pointless. You're in control of the game settings, you're in control of the target frame rate, you're in control of the resolution. All of these things can impact the battery life. What you're not in control of is game content, which also changes rapidly and can also impact battery life, good or bad, at any given moment. All I can really say is this: the maximum I've seen the Steam Deck draw for the battery is in the region of 27 watts. Now, bearing in mind that 15 watts of that budget is taken up by the processor, the rest is going to be the board, the memory, the storage, the screen, the sound, the Wi-Fi. There's a ton going on here. It all demands power. And, well, Steam Deck only has a 40 watt-hour battery. So, assuming that 27 watts is the maximum, 40 divided by 27 is 1.48, meaning that if you run games flat out, you'll get about an hour and a half of battery, which isn't great. However, lower settings, lower resolution, use the 30 FPS cap, and the load on the battery reduces and battery life increases. Valve does give you a quite impressive performance metrics overlay, which does the maths for you. So yes, you would be looking at 1.5 to 2 hours, something like God of War at PS4 equivalent settings at native resolution. And that really taxes the system. But you know, on the flip side, even with a screen at max brightness, Cuphead gives well over 6 hours of battery life. So thus far, the outlook is pretty incredible for this piece of kit. I mean, starting at $400 for a machine that monsters any other handheld, holds its own against any kind of integrated graphics, pretty amazing. But there are issues. Some games may have glitches, minor or otherwise. God of War here has minor graphical problems, but seems okay. However, Red Dead Redemption 2 randomly crashed in my testing. Next Machina, The Witcher 2, well, they froze after loading. Forza Horizon 5 started out running really badly at the beginning of the review process, but Proton improved and now it's awesome. So I've been talking a lot about the latest and greatest games here, but this is a great chance also to revisit older titles in your Steam library, which should run as smooth as butter, and by and large I guess they do. That said, I did find that titles like Enslaved and Sonic Generations here could still stutter quite badly. Is it down to the games? Is it down to Proton? You can't help but wonder whether Valve couldn't have just built this thing around Windows to bypass these issues, or to improve them, or to get much better compatibility. We can't judge Windows performance right now owing to the lack of driver, but if you do go down that way, you'll be unlikely to see all of the system level loveliness, the proper 30 FPS cap, or the kind of cool hot swapping you can do with the SD cards. Yes, they are just plug and play, and it's cool. So one final takeaway. It looks like a console, but it's not a console. Right now, at least, there's not much in the way of curation. Getting stuff to run well is often down to the user to sort out. Balancing settings, figuring out battery life at any given game, that's all on you. Coming to the deck after, say, using the Nintendo Switch, you realise how much developers and platform holders look after you, getting the most out of a resource-constrained piece of hardware. Steam Deck, on the other hand, gives you freedom. It may take you some time to figure out what you're doing, and on a game-by-game basis, I guess. Still, it is an exciting piece of technology for sure, and it's rare that something exceeds my expectations by this wide a margin, and I'm sure it's going to be wildly successful. But yes, we'll have more Steam Deck content to see, but in the here and now, thanks for making it all the way to the end of this one if indeed you did, and just generally, thanks for watching and supporting Digital Fountain. Oh, one more thing, DF Supporter Program. Join us. There's going to be a bunch of bonus material for Steam Deck available to download in the next day or two. It's pretty awesome stuff, so yeah, please do check that out. That's it. That's the end of the video. Thanks for watching.
Our full embargo was lifted, and in just 6 days, the Steam Deck shipped to end users in a state that can only be described as unfinished, which puts me in an awkward position as a reviewer. On the one hand, I want to be optimistic. The kind of zeal with which Valve is tackling this project is like nothing I've ever witnessed in all my time covering technology. They're on a mission to change the industry come hell or high water, and it's no secret that I'm rooting for them. Every major player in the console gaming space, looking at you, Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, has made enough blatantly anti-consumer moves over the years that I can't help but cheer for them. On the other hand, I can't review the hypothetical Steam Deck of tomorrow. Windows drivers, and improved UI, and better game compatibility. If it's shipping as is, I have to evaluate it as is. And I'm going to be doing it a little differently than you expect. See, this thing has the capability to be treated like a science fair project. You can tweak it, break it, reformat it, start over, and Valve is embracing that. Good guy Valve. But most people aren't going to do any of that. So today, I'm going to be focusing on the out-of-the-box console experience. So ready or not, Valve, here I come.
This video is brought to you by dbrand, the most trustworthy criminals on the internet. Over the past few weeks, we've been testing out dbrand screen protectors for the Steam Deck. As it turns out, the thickness of ordinary tempered glass inhibits touch sensitivity. Don't believe everything you see on Amazon. dbrand's tempered glass screen protectors for the Steam Deck are guaranteed to be super precise and work on your display. Check them out below.
Now, I could have spent the last couple of weeks laser focused on running countless benchmarks on the Steam Deck, but really the bottom line is this. At its starting price of $400 US, the hardware in the Steam Deck is literally impossible. The internals of this thing put in the same performance class as Ultrabooks that cost twice, or even up to 3 times as much. And if it's a title in Steam's game library, the deck is almost certainly capable of running it at 60 FPS if you're willing to turn down details. And that colossal back catalog is both its great strength and its biggest question. I'm getting ahead of myself. Firing the Steam Deck cold takes just a few seconds. Now let's get logged into a Steam account, this obviously, and take it to our database. At launch, all the basics are pretty well covered, and I'm surprised at how self-explanatory just about everything is. Home here contains your recently launched games, news, and recommended picks from your library based on the tastes of gamers that they see in the profile. One surprisingly jarring feature for me on this page was the Friends tab. I mean, it's a pretty simple feed of games that your friends are playing and recent events, as you might have had before. And you can chat with them to play together or view a game that you don't already own in the store. That's just pretty normal stuff, right? But what it serves to highlight is the Steam Deck's online-first design. I couldn't help feeling, looking at this, like the Switch is suddenly this relic of a different gaming era. The rest of the main menu is accessed using the Steam button. You can hold it button is great. Here, you can use any of the 4 methods of navigation: joystick, D-pad, touchpad, or touch screen to arrive at your destination. Wherever that destination is, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to find some, let's call them growing pains. Alright, let's pretend I'm a brand new customer who doesn't own any Steam games. I head straight for the store. No, not that store, although we do have excellent water bottles against friends there. To Valve's credit, this has already improved a lot. In fact, it was part of a big, long list of improvements that Valve sent me just minutes before we sat down to film this video. Fortunately, I taught this one already. I had this whole thing written up about how the closest thing to a Steam Deck verified page in the store was the SteamOS/Linux heading under the Categories tab that, frankly, reminds me of the reasons that Nintendo introduced their single quality program back in the 80s. Like, honestly, Fall Human Guys? Really? I wonder if it's a Fall Guys ripoff. One of the new and trending games was like, Elf Wives Cheat to Ride My Meat. Fortunately, that mess has been papered over with a proper, great-on-deck header that allows you to browse titles that are verified to run flawlessly by category, popularity, ratings, discounts, all the usual fare. And this is hugely important, because for those who haven't been closely following Steam Deck news, it runs a modified version of Arch Linux called SteamOS, and game compatibility relies either on the developer to build a Linux-native version of their game, or this super cool compatibility layer called Proton, Steam Play. So this is great, but the navigation problem here, Valve. Where on earth is the comprehensive list of deck-verified games? you've got this wonderful page on your website outlining the 4 different tiers of compatibility: verified, playable with tweaks or workarounds, unsupported, and unknown. But nowhere on the official site, importantly, in the store, can I just browse a comprehensive list of every game that works on the deck. Whatever the reason is for this obfuscation, I don't care. It's a terrible user experience. My first Google hit for a workaround was this list on digital trends from a few days ago, which led me down a rabbit hole to steamdeckverified.avery.cafe, a totally credible sounding site that scrapes the SteamDB database for verified status flags and then makes them easily searchable. Big props to the community maintainers of both of these projects, but my gratitude towards them doesn't change the fact that neither of them can be necessary if Valve is on top of these things. I'm sure they're going to get this sorted out in time, but considering that Valve's core competency is supposedly selling games through a digital storefront, it just struck me as a little ironic that I encountered everything from slow page loading to titles not highlighting as I was scrolling, making it so that I had to navigate out of the store and come back to it and figure out where I left off, to this confusing compatibility error message that I got while trying to download the demo of a Steam Deck verified game. I mean, given the importance of selling games to balance out Valve's aggressive hardware pricing, I hope that the plan is to get this implemented as soon as possible. Or maybe the plan is just to allow me to buy additional copies of games that I already own. While I'm at it, by the way, one more gripe is that while I don't mind the store reloading if I haven't looked at it in a while, if I'm quickly switching back and forth between my library, it would be really nice to remember what page I was on. It's really frustrating. Heading into the library, things take a turn for the better. I installed a 1TB micro SD card and found that while I didn't always get a prompt for which storage device I wanted to use, it is super simple to transfer games to the internal SSD and vice versa. And depending on the game, I saw download speeds over Wi-Fi of anywhere from 30 to 40 megabytes per second, and closer to 60 to 70 with spikes to 100 using a USB Type-C dongle. That's those Zen 2 cores going to work. Love it. And the game library, inspired by Steam Big Picture, is delightful. In here, we'll find a mishmash of games that I bought years ago, ones that I picked up more recently to enjoy on the deck, and pretty much every other unknown stats game that I tried was a big fat negative. The good news is that according to the third-party resources, the number of verified games has been absolutely skyrocketing, including many games that I would actually want to play while I wait for some of my favorites to arrive. And, more good news, every verified game I tried, with the exception of Feds, which I had some crashing issues with, was a smooth enough experience that I would simply never even know that I wasn't on Windows. Smoother, actually, in some cases.
Let's talk about some really cool stuff that Steam Deck does better than a Windows handheld. Say I'm on the bus, scheming away, and boom, we're at my stop. Look at that sleep speed. Now I'm walking down the street, ready to continue, and bang! Xbox? Sure, but I'd like to see a Windows PC do that. How about sleep battery drain? In our rough estimation, it appears that the Steam Deck loses about 10% of battery every 24 hours of sleep. It's not quite Apple level, I mean, what is? But it's miles better than most Windows libraries. Okay, so now I'm in my game here, right? I'm just farming some wild boars or something, and I want to hang out in voice chat without going through the hassle of installing Discord in desktop mode or whatever. Steam menu, friends, voice chat, and man, let me put it this way. I accidentally gave Linus a call in the middle of the night while playing around with this menu, and we were both blown away by the progress Valve has made with audio compression in recent years. And adding icing to the cake, he described the mic quality on the Steam Deck as mid-tier, which is high praise indeed for a microphone on a $400 handheld that's a couple feet from your face.
Here's a quick sample of the Steam Deck's microphone for Steam Voice Chat. And here's a quick recording of the Steam Deck's microphone through Discord.
The one challenge we ran into was during intense scenes, the game's audio could break through Valve's attempts at canceling it out. But the solution to this was as simple as either boosting the call volume or lowering the game volume, resulting in a really excellent social experience. All without Nintendo Gold, Xbox Gold, PS whatever. Thank you very much.
Honestly though, as a friendless person, it's the quick access menu over here, these 3 dots, that impresses me the most. Whether you're in a menu or mid-game, the quick settings menu is full of all kinds of games. You've got your notifications, and there, a way to more quickly access your friends, and you've got your quick settings. In here, you can adjust screen brightness. You will want to do it this way, not a huge fan of Valve's auto brightness work. can adjust your rumble and haptics, which, by the way, are still unamazing because they don't have dedicated hardware for it, but both of them greatly improved through updates since our hardware review. And you can prioritize your connected controllers, toggle your wireless radios, all that good stuff. Bluetooth audio, by the way, for those who are bitter about years of Nintendo apathy, was completely painless with both my LG 23 FP8s and my AirPods Pros. And I didn't have the chance. Then there's the boring tab, the battery tab that... Sorry, did I say boring? I meant the opposite of that. This is the coolest one, and it is time for the rest of the console industry to sit up and take notice. That right there is an integrated performance monitor based on Mango Hut. It's time for a bit of a side story. You could argue that Microsoft has good coverage of the consumer spectrum. Windows for enthusiasts and takers, and Xbox OS for rookie gamers. But what they don't do a good job of is bridging this gap. And when I contacted them asking for a temperature readout for the Xbox Series X, for example, they acted like I was from the moon. An FPS counter? Why would you want that? More like, what are you trying to hide? This is in stark contrast to Valve's approach here, which appears to be damn straight. I mean, why pretend that a performance issue isn't real, creating confusion among consumers when you could just give the enthusiasts the tools that they need to diagnose it for you, and better yet, probably solve it. I mean, it's beyond the scope of the video today, but the Fox is a wizard when it comes to tuning FPS, thermal, and power limits in these handhelds to optimize performance and battery life to the point where he was actually able to beat Valve's estimates. So if you want to learn more about why this tab is so cool, you can go check out his shoes, alright? The dumbest part of this traditional console opacity is that enthusiast-grade diagnostics are such an obviously powerful business tool. And when Steam Deck 2 comes out, it's going to be really simple for gamers to compare performance, which is a powerful upsell mechanism that is baffling to me that everybody else doesn't want to leverage. So this is the proof that you can build something for the hardcores under the hood, and also keep it clean for the normies that never want to look at any of that stuff. I actually get a lot of BMW vibes to it. Great hardware, fantastic.
Or you're into something else.
Update. While the deck was rebooting, it went out of network. So it was a little confused for a few seconds when it turned back on. Then it dumped me in the profile selection screen. I clicked on it and boom. Valve has had a much better offline experience than many other platforms for years, and that work is paying off in spades. One of the biggest challenges that they face with the Steam Deck is handling cloud saves with portable device. So to address this, they introduced a technology that allows seamless saving across devices, and that sounds great for the future. Gotta run to the can? Take your deck with you. All done? Pick up where you left off on your desktop. For the moment, though, things are a little more. To demonstrate, let's abruptly suspend a game second. Deck goes to sleep. We go to launch that same game on desktop, and oops, we get a prompt warning us that we could lose progress if we continue. Waking the deck, closing the game, and putting it back to sleep resolves the issue, but it's not particularly elegant for the moment. And there are still quite a few rough edges. Here are a couple of navigation nuances, for example. The keyboard doesn't roll over horizontally. Oh, and my precious quick access key. This one drives me absolutely crazy. As you are scrolling through the submenus here, okay, if you go all the way down, it doesn't go into the next parent menu, obviously, because that's stupid. But if you go up, it just carries all the way through. Some consistency would be nice here. But I'm sure Valve is going to see this and fix everything that I've talked about before you custom connection, which leads us perfectly into a huge discussion.
We've almost completely glossed over some massive elephants in the room. We've hardly even touched on game compatibility, especially with third-party launchers and anti-cheat schemes. And that's for good reason. We just don't feel like it should be our focus today. It's not perfect today, no doubt. Much of both of our Steam libraries are either entirely incompatible or have issues. But the Steam Deck needs to be evaluated for what it is, not what we wish it could be. It's a console, which means it's compatible with the games it's compatible with, but unlike any other console in history, it's fluid. Using a compatibility tool like Lutris means it's entirely conceivable that a gamer could flip over to desktop mode on the Steam Deck and fire up Anno 1800 using the touchpads. But unless they're willing to put in the work and maybe tolerate some inconveniences, like the fact that multiplayer doesn't seem to work at all despite a gold rating on ProtonDB, it's just not going to be the kind of experience that most gamers are after. Which is why we feel that most people should probably look into Valve's verified list, or somebody else's, and make their own decision. It's an easy one for us. We're in. If you're on the fence but have a gaming PC, fear not, because for games that don't yet run natively or through Proton, Steam Remote Play on the Deck is probably the best, most responsive game streaming setup I've ever used. It's straight up outstanding, and we don't say no. But we'll also be looking at some of the more hacky use cases in more detail in the future once Valve's had a little bit more time to not complete the Steam Deck. Ah yes, we're back to that. What might surprise you about our It's Incomplete take is that Valve agrees. Obviously, they've been hard at work refining the experience in the lead up to the consumer launch. Nobody wants to embarrass themselves, but they also have no intention whatsoever of stopping here. It's frustrating because it means consumers are expected to take whatever Valve offers today and trust that someday it'll live up to the vision. It's also encouraging because it means that looking at it like a console, once we've worked through the generous 400 some odd game launch titles, there's hope that it's going to be better for years to come. Honestly, I'm hopeful.
And with that in mind, I want to immerse myself in the Steam Deck experience, and I'm going to be switching to it as my only computer for a month, starting today. During that time, I hope to explore the desktop experience, browser games. Apparently, controller support is coming to a Chrome update, which sounds super cool. Third-party game stores. GOG, for example, has outright said we're not going to support it, but maybe there could be workarounds for non-validated games. I want to look at the Windows experience. Actually, Windows might have So, it's incomplete, but I'm not complete. I mean, I spent my whole life as a gamer asking for someone to take the guardrails off my console and let me do whatever I want, understanding that there might be some hiccups along the way, and someone finally did it. So, if you're like me, you can see that Valve took the rougher path here. But damn it, that's our path, and I couldn't be happier. So keep your pre-orders, ladies and gentlemen, so you're going to absolutely love this thing. Like you'll love our sponsor, Linode. This video is sponsored by Linode, a power. So keep your pre-orders, ladies and gentlemen, so you're going to absolutely love this thing. Like you'll love.
不用这种路，算了。颜色不对。
Lonely in my ghost town now. Everything is like you left it that day. The sound of silence is killing me. 'Cause nothing here can set me free. All the streets that we've been walking along, and all the places that were you and me. Everything is covered in dust. Life has come from diamonds to rust. I'm lost without you. I don't know what to do. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain?
嗯，
I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? How can everything go on when all the dreams I had is gone? I remember all the days in the sun when you wear your scarf and big black shades. We were cruising in your Corvette. There was nothing there we couldn't get. I didn't see the clouds in the sky. I didn't know I was on your mind. But suddenly it started to rain. And I haven't seen the sky
阿静，
again.
这路不需要这么
I don't know what to do. I think I go insane.
其实这边可以这样过来，会更好看一点。
Someone ease my pain.
哎，
Me and you can't believe it's true.
单行道，
I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? How can everything
让他们两个平行。
all the dreams I had is gone? I tried to find a cure in a bar last night. I tried to find another you.
这怎么回事？
Nothing here can ever make it right.
这居然不是直的。
It can be the truth. I'm lost without you. I don't know what to do. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? No, me and you can't believe it's true. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? How can everything go on when all the dreams I had is gone? When all the dreams I had is gone.
是挺好听的。这边但是还有一点点不对劲，
I was stuck in all
这个平行，
didn't think that it was more
这样差不多。
to come. I was living in my bubble with all my dreams I put on
服务员这边改了一些，
hold. You got me sober. You when you came over.
单行道
Box your turn
灯啊也改，
and save me. You've got it. I need it. So lucky. I got
最后一步就是种树，
I get it. Free falling.
种树。
Easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I can say by the bell. I can say by the bell.
你看种的树完全不够，
Summer rain was slowly fading into fall. Another party feeling so blue.
还要自己了。
Out of nowhere, you are standing here so true. It's hard to stay
种的树太少了，
I'm touching my soul like a genie in a bottle. You are right to save me. You've got it, I need it. So
而且不偏爱头的笔芯，
say by the bell, you see it, I get it. Free falling, it's so easy to tell.
和小星星，3个。
You've got it, I love it. I can say by the bell.
自己加一些。
I can say by the bell. You've got it, I need it. So lucky, I can
完了，这条街啊，我都忘了这条街本来起的什么名字。
It's so easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I can say by the bell. I can say by the bell. It's so easy to tell that I'm under your spell. You've got it, I love it. I can say by the bell. I can say by the bell. I can say by the bell. I can say by the bell.
自行车道。
Colossal Ore. We are the leading producer of minerals, ore, and natural resources, which means you're benefiting from our services whether you know us or not. No matter what our critics say, at Colossal we care about our employees as well as our customers, which is why we work so hard to get our miners back in the mines where they feel at home. Together, we can reunite minerals with the people who love them. Colossal Ore. More than ore.
The last song reminded me of my days on the ranch. My mama had a saying that went, if the chicken ain't clucking, don't offer it eggs. Come to think of it, I'm not sure what she meant by that. The chickens darn near never stop clucking, and they almost never seem to want to eat eggs. Maybe it was more of a riddle than instructions. In fact, the chickens never really liked Mom. So I wouldn't invest too much in her opinions about chicken care. But hey, family is family. Well, enough about me. Let's play another song.
游览车。 Busway taxi。游览车。
I've been driving on this road now so many times before. I know about every crack, about every turn. And even if I knew that this was not my way to drive, I never slowed it down, found a sign. I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All the sorrows that I carry, all the sorrows that I am, I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'll be the better man. I see the sky start shifting, I see the dawn is here. I have a sense that my warmer days are near. No more clouds in my coffee, no more clouds in my way. I'm on the highway to life, I'm shifting gear. I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All the sorrows that I carry, all the sorrows that I am, I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'll be the better man. 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 I've been thinking about the future, I've been thinking about the past. I've been running around in circles to find my path. All the sorrows that I carry, all the sorrows that I am, I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'm ready for the change, I know I can. I'll be the better man. At the end of the street, by the parked car in a tree, there's a heart with your name next to mine.
What the fuck？ 你 谁允许你在这地方建这儿？滚！我建点正经的东西行不行？
With yakisoba, the noodle masters. No matter what stage of life you're in, we have the perfect noodles for you. From birthday noodles to wedding noodles, all the way to those most final of noodles. Every occasion has a noodle at yakisoba, so experience something different. Yakisoba. It literally means fried noodles. What does it feel like to drive a cloud? What does it feel like to steer a river? What does it smell like to smell a mountain? At Jubilee, we're committed to letting you do the impossible, and now we've succeeded in letting you drive the undrivable. The Jubilee Dementia. The car engineers said shouldn't be made. Test drive one today and experience what scientists for decades claimed was beyond the realm of safe driving. Jubilee. Be reasonable or be fast.
This is Country Road Radio, where the dress code is boots, spurs, and some kind of pants.
close eyes, I found a reason to stay. I couldn't leave him as we walked under the Milky Way. My heart was here to stay. You were dancing like an angel, like the stars above the city sky. What if this could be forever? Just you and I. Can't believe that I'm the lucky one, that I'm still the one beside you. When you smiled at me, the walls fell down. My love was all around, and I know you feel the same way. Best friends turn into lovers, one magic night when we were young. Our story had begun. You were dancing like an angel, like the stars above the city sky. What if this could be forever? Just you and I. You and I were meant to be. We found each other finally. From now it's you and me. Hold me close, don't let me go. Here in my arms you're meant to be. It's finally you and me.
Gaze at a gazelle. Lock eyes with the lemur. Shake hands with the turtle. At the City Zoo, you can experience the wild in our wildest exhibition yet. Come down this weekend to meet our newest addition, a three-toed sloth named Barbara. She'll hook you with her smile, and hook you again with her curved toes used to grasp trees in the wild. After that, take a gander at another new species, a new type of bird previously identified as a different type of bird due to a zoological error. Fun for the whole family. Book now and get a free handful of pellets to feed the fish. Limit 4 per family while supplies last. We'll look forward to seeing you where the animals live in rooms painted to look like home. The City Zoo.
We are the law. Accountant. The law accounting. I know what you're thinking. Are we lawyers? Are we accountants? Well, it's a complicated question, probably requiring the services of a lawyer and an accountant. Is that us? Well, what do you think? Seems to me that there's a lot of you out there who might need the use of the law accounting. But that's not legal advice. That's life advice. In fact, we're legally barred from providing legal advice. The law accounting. Officially unlicensed since 2005.
You're listening to Country Road Radio, where the city meets the country. I guess that makes it more of a suburb road radio. But hey, everyone needs roads.
is killing me. 'Cause nothing here can set me free. All the streets that we've been walking along, and all the places that were you and me, everything is covered in dust. Life has come from diamonds to rust. I'm lost without you. I don't know what to do. I think I go insane. Can someone ease my pain? No, me and you can't believe it's true. I think I go insane.
我们今天就播到这。